Excuse me. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon. It is, yes, I am back for a little earlier than expected. Back here for the last 4 hours, 26 minutes and a half of this race. It is, I've had it on in the background, it has been going steadily. We're down to 31 drivers, so we've lost 9 since the start, which, quite frankly, for a 12-hour race, and to be, what are we now, 8 hours into this, that's pretty good going. Just watching the battle between the 967 and the WRT car and the 65 BMW, so that's Ferrari on BMW. Yes, the sun has gone down. And we are racing through into the night. Track temperatures are 20 and 20 degrees air temperature across the board, so nice and cool comparative to where they were earlier in the day. Car 45 TS1R, that's the turn 1 car. Where is 45? Where is 45? That is... that's the Lexus of Doyle, Kane Doyle, for turn 1. 28th currently, so everybody that finishes is worth a pretty good... It is definitely a good finishing position. Lead-wise, we're just coming up to a pit stop cycle. 104.40, 104.36 for the two leaders of 388. Marco has got up into second in the number 1 ACC car, that silver chrome Ferrari, which does show up wonderfully well at night. Has jumped up into second, but will probably drop down jumped up to third, will probably drop down to fourth behind Van Niemen, as the 88 and the 300 trade places in the pit stop. As they go through their pit stops, a second between the two of them, 3 seconds total on pit road between the two of those, so that drops the 88 behind the 33. Very, very nicely done, very well done for the 88 to get that pit stop done a hair quicker and leapfrog the BMW. The BMW to leapfrog the Mustang. Mustang is sat now 2 seconds back, moving into this one. The number 1 car is due to pit this lap. They were on 1 hour 3 and 35 seconds on their stint timer, so they will be... I hope they can get round. That's going to be mighty tight again from the number 1. Van Niemen, yes, he's still going. I haven't seen... I haven't really seen any long pit stops from that car. Last pit stop... Oh no, has pitted. It was a 1 minute 8 second with a 35 second time stop. Hasn't really stopped at all or missed a beat for the entire race. Soloing that car, I don't know how. That is genuinely impressive. I'm going to try Driver of the Day. I'm just going to flick that on so that is visible for everybody. Feel free to give it a go. Greenfield Racer, you'll be in the 69 in the next 15 minutes. Yeah, awesome. Oh, great to see you out there on that one. In that one, so good luck to good luck out there on track. Where is... What I wanted... Endurance... Where's the endurance stuff gone? I am better organised, I apologise. Social media, social commentators, endurance penalties, there we go. That's where we have got to. The last penalty actually was at 10 to 4 this evening, so doing very well considering it's now 20 past 7. What I have said in the Watkins chat on Discord is if anybody is, because of how late this is going to run till, there's not really going to be time for driver interviews post-race. So if anybody does want to pop in, I am keeping an eye on Discord as well. So if you pop into the interview waiting room, I'll drag you down into the comms box and we can have a chat if you are wanting to do that. So yeah, let us know how your car is getting on. Similarly, just ping us in chat. We do like to hear from you. As Marco is in the pits and down and away for their stop, 32 seconds, 108, basically per about as good of a stop. 104, about as good of a stop as you could possibly want. It was actually about 3 seconds faster than Van Niemann on pit road. So that has brought that gap down to 27, 28 seconds now for that car. It's still all to play for at the front. It does mean now that number 1 is trying to get out and get their car up to speed, and they have the 274 behind them. That is the Aston Martin of Baller Squad Racing for Burkhoff. In that car is chasing the McLaren down. There is a bit of a battle going on between Amir in the Please Brake Turn 1 number 3 car. That car now in 9th. That is a car that has had a torrid time on a particular lap, and they started on pole and they are down in 9th place, so they've not had a great time in that one. But currently racing Callum Jones in the 748 car. For position, so that will be a good one. We'll stick with this battle as it's about the only thing on track. There is also Norris and Mercado. The 6 on 37 is also an ongoing battle. We are following the. Let's have a look and see from the passenger side what this looks like. Watkins Glen at night Watkins Glen generally is a fun circuit. Racing it at night is going to be particularly exciting. The lights of that Mustang looming large, both from the rear of the one in front and onto the back from the one behind. Number 300, after their pit stop, has got that car dialed in. They've jumped away to an 8-second lead already, so very well done there. Like I say, McLaren back in that car, doing very well as these two go through the bus stop on that one. Let's see if we can jump to some slightly different cameras. Unfortunately, Helicam can't really see a whole lot from the from up high. So we shall drop to this battle, which is Mercado against Norris. Norris on the outside going into the bus stop. Up alongside, beautifully done, gets across the nose and is away and ahead. Very nicely done. The Ferrari doesn't really have much of an answer for that Aston Martin. That car is looking to be coming to life in the latter stages of this one. As well, has already pulled over half a second ahead. On that battle, jump back to the Amir and Jones battle. Jones is currently looking in their rearview mirror. That is currently slightly less than what you can see out there because they've got a camera. But yeah, that big Mustang definitely trying to see where they can go. But they are matching pace. 45.3 for Jones last time by, 45.2 for Amir. So there is barely a tenth, literally barely a tenth between them. 45.377 plays 45.282, so a tenth and a fraction between the two of these cars each lap. Yeah, Mikado has dropped back very quickly from Norris. Norris being now almost a second ahead on that battle. Yellow flags for the Ferrari 241. What happened to you? Comes up through the S's. Oh, a little bit of door banging going on between the two Ferraris. I'm not sure which one that is. That is the... I cannot see because my eyesight's not great. The 912 loses it on their own. Oh, that was a big hit. Manages to keep it out the barrier. That was a big twitch one way and then the other for that Ferrari. So gets back up and going and is no harm done. That is the 117 Ferrari out there. The Amir battle is Amel Joe Callum battle there still raging on. I don't know how these two are going to get past each other because there is like a tenth one way or the other each lap. Obviously the number 3 did qualify significantly up the grid, but as you get further through the grid, you will be struggling. It gets harder and harder to make those places back up because you get closer to the speed of the cars around you. Last time by for the number 1 Ferrari, driven by McLaren. That's a mouthful. Was a 44.365, which is fastest for that car, and that was the last time across the stripe for that one. They are catching the... which one is that? I didn't see which car number that was. The Lumi rank didn't skim over. Is that the... No, it's not McConnell. Let's jump to Callum Jones's car, see if we can see which one that Mustang is in front. Not quite. Just out of shot, unfortunately, there. As fastest lap now goes to McLaren, 44.037, which plays 44.045 previously, so that car is on the march. It was about half a second faster than the Van Niemann car in front of it, so 4 hours to go, 4 hours 15 basically to go. That is going to be a car to watch out for. It has managed to jump itself up the order on merit on a couple of occasions up into podium positions. If it can, if it can by the end of the race, that will be 30. What would that be? 34 places gained? Yeah, 34 places if it can make it. If that car can make it into the podium positions, and that is a hell of a drive if they can. As you can see, the pace has been consistent and brutal for the entire race. So we are sticking with this as that is Hobie is in the car in 22 is into the pits. Down from in 25th. Not sure where you pitted out of. I'm guessing we'll probably stay in 25th when they leave the pits. We have had most of a pit stop cycle. There's a couple of cars left to go through. Bourges in the number 10 will pit this lap, and McConnell will either pit this lap or the lap after. Where is 113? 113 is... 113? Earth to 113. I do not see a 113 on the timing tower. Looks like 113 may have succumbed to the attrition that we have had. Do you know what car they were in that may narrow it down? Because I cannot see a 113. There is a 117 and a 110, but no 113, unfortunately. If anybody can shed any light on it, that would be wonderful. But yes, that car has dropped down the order. Porsche, I don't think... Yeah, there is no Porsches in the list. Unfortunately, there are no longer any Porsches running. I apologise for being the bearer of bad news there, but it does look like they have succumbed to the attrition, whatever that was that caught them out. Has unfortunately been a bit terminal for that car. So I hope all drivers are okay. We have unfortunately heard of one or two drivers getting a little bit injured through their direct drive wheels in the event of large accidents. So hey ho, we shall hope they're okay and wish them the best of health. So number 10 is rolling out of the pits, 39-second stop, so a little bit of damage. Manages to pick up a stop go, 30. Well, that's a fun day for you. Hopefully that won't hurt you too badly. Well, it's going to be another minute in the pits. You should stay, shouldn't drop any lower than 14th for that car. This Jones battle is still ongoing. No, it has gone the other way. Jones is now chasing down the number 3 Mustang, and they have the 300 who is about to put him a lap down for company. In fact, 5th is the next car to move off the lead lap. Where is the 274 car? There on track, so a little way to go, but yeah, that 274 car is going to be the next car target for the leader to put a lap down. Borges is in to serve that stop go 30. And Jones is desperately trying to hang on to the coattails of number 3. Anything else out on track? Mercado and Norris. Norris is not quite able to get away from Mercado there. Still being chased down and not really able to, to properly run away from that Ferrari. Does have the number 9, I think that is. Is that number 9? That is the Aston Martin, the blue and highlighted yellow Aston Martin. That is... Yes, it is the number 9. There we go. That is in that fight. Well, not in that fight, but is lapping those two cars. Mercado has just dropped back a little bit to let the number 9 through. But I'm sure that will come back to them when the number 9 has to catch and pass the next car up the road from them, which will be the 37, although that is the 6. 37 will be the next car up the road for that number 9. Or is it? No. Number 9 has got to get past the number 6, then get past the number 37. Okay. I'll get there eventually. So yeah, good evening to anybody just catching back up. Yes, good evening, Ethan. We are back up and rolling for the last 4 hours and a bit of this race. I hope everybody has enjoyed the coverage so far. Apologies about having to split the race into multiple chunks. I just had a bunch of stuff to get on with and needed a bit of a break from commentary to get that done, and this is surprisingly taxing on the brain. Just having a quick look down the time screen as well. 241, Dennis Kativ is on the tail of Anthony in the 117 Ferrari. This is another Ferrari on Ferrari battle. We've got gaggles of manufacturers together. There's a chunk from 6th down to 10th. That is a gaggle of 5 Fords. And then there is a gaggle of 6, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ferraris all in a gaggle as the 241 goes nicely up the inside of the 117 there. Hasn't changed. Are they a lap down between each other? They are, so that is the 412 unlapping itself on the 241. I don't know why I'm getting those numbers mixed up. The 241 getting itself unlapped and is now effectively a minute and 50 behind that car for position. So that car's going to have to get a real move on to unlap themselves on them on the 117. So we'll see how that goes. 924 is in the pits, as is the 95. That is unscheduled for the 95. Possibly scheduled for the 924, although both of them look like drive-throughs. That may be... Nope, that is them stopping in the 95, and the 924 have both stopped as well. So that is, by the looks of things, scheduled stop 53 minutes. It's a little early, as is 41. That might just be drivers getting a little bit tired and needing some time out of the car. Jones is just about hanging on to the coattails of Amir there in the number 3 Mustang. The 4748 car is just dropped onto the tail end of that second, so we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that gap on the timing screens, but that looks like that is Amir away now, well and truly, from any potential charges from Jones. Although does still have to be careful. One slip of concentration, one bad corner, or a couple of bad sections, and that 8th position could very easily disappear. 420, you are up into, was that 19th, did you say? Yes, indeed you are. Even started from the back of the grid, and P19 with still 4 hours to go. Yep, you are unfortunately a couple of laps down on the car in front of Mercado, but send it and see how, if you can keep the pace up. Go for it. Stracketh in the 757 car has just picked up a drive-through. I am assuming that is track limits related. When did they last stop? 3 minutes. Yeah, that will be track limits related for that car. So they will have 3 laps to complete that. The 45 of Doyle in the Lexus is on the march and trying to catch up with Bismeister. That's a very cool name either way. Bisonmeister for Formula Electric Belgium. So that car doing very well. That was a yellow flag for the 52. Do we get to see what happened there? Does not look like it. Not sure what happened to the 52 there. Apologies for that one, but they are... The 45 is directly alongside Beisenmeister, and they go lap. They unlap themselves by 1 on that car, so they are basically a lap down. 445 goes into the pits. This battle does have the third place Van Niemen Ferrari in the back there. They will have to get let past. So that is the Van Niemen car now going past the 22. The 445 is looks like a scheduled stop, 1 hour 27 on the clock. And that is Van Niemen going past the number 45 to put a lap on them. As the 95 Mustang is into the pits, that's to serve that drive-through. There's not a whole lot going on track. It's largely just passing and catching. Jones. Oh, Jones has got back past Amir. I did say they need to be careful about any mistakes. I can only assume that was some mistakes with back markers that has let that car back through, but that has put Jones now back ahead of Amir in the 748 ahead of the 3, but 3 is chasing down as the 748 is diving for the pits for what I presume is 103.16, a scheduled stop for that car. Everybody else, that looks like that is that, and the 912 Ferrari is the last cars that need to stop anytime soon. Obviously, with the various delays and damage that they have picked up, for some reason I'm not seeing speed trap data anywhere. For that car, for any of the cars, in fact. Yeah, not seeing anything speed trap wise. Track might not have one. I thought it did have one at the end of the backstretch before you go into the bus stop. There we go, 748 is down and away. That was a normal stop, 34 seconds. Maybe a couple of seconds worth of damage, just a couple of seconds drivers getting swapped out, because that is Hunter Davis now in that car. Has dropped down to 10th in the running order, but like I say, they are out of sync with the cars around them, so they will jump back up, and that will be, let's see where that pans out towards the end of the race. There's probably going to be a few of the cars, as Harper Schmidt is got a stop-go 30 from their last pit stop. There may well be a few cars and a few teams starting to very much be in the throes of back timing to work out when they can make their last pit stop and get the most out of it. Track temperature continues to fall, now 19 degrees across the board. Air and track temperature. Track condition is optimum, with no rain in sight in 30 minutes. So all is well, all is happy. These cars are going to be very much liking it. It may, given that there is a little bit of a temperature difference, and that temperature is probably only going to fall now from 9 o'clock in the evening or in race time. That is a vote for the number 420. Lovely. I will make a note of that. I did have a pen. Bear with me a second. I do actually have a pen to hand. It's just not directly next to me. I need to go grab it. So give me 2 ticks and I will go grab that. Right. There we go. That is noted down now. I will just have a quick look at the message Barry sent us. There we go. So I have got everything noted down from the first half as well. So what I will do is I'll give at the end of this, I'll give a 2 halves driver of the days, and then I will, if there's anybody that has been voted for both of them, there will also be a combined score on that one. That's one of the stewards. It is hiding in the crayon eating box. So there we go. Overall so far 420 has 2 votes, 1 in each half. So if anybody else wants to add to that, you are more than welcome to. If you put exclamation mark vote space and then the number of the car you would like to vote for. It doesn't look like it's working. I'm assuming that is because the website is still down. I apologise for that. 15 seconds for car 55 for reactive blocking. Ooh, that's a very frowned upon thing. So that is quite a heavy penalty for that one. I've been following the Jones car because there's not a lot else going on track. Mercado on Norris is still sort of on. The gap hasn't really stretched out much bar backmarker intervention beyond a second. So Norris is ahead of Mercado. And the 65 has a drive-through which they are just serving now, which is in 28th, and that is 37. Gets 1 vote. There we go. Also, you can do the same thing on Twitch. I have both chats open, so by all means, chuck 1 vote in each of them for anybody you would like to if you have a Twitch account. Similarly, feel free to go and follow us over on Twitch. And if you're feeling particularly amazing, feel free to subscribe. It does make us feel good. What else have we got going on? There's not a huge amount. Pateron in... Ooh, hang on. Van Niemann, 5 seconds ahead of Pateron in the 88. When did that happen? Apologies for not catching that one. There is a 5-second gap. Now, for Van Niemann is into 2nd place, with Pateron in the 88, 5 seconds back from that car. So that's not a fun time for them. McLaren in the Ferrari number 1 is 14 seconds and closing on the back of the 88. This race most certainly is not done. There is 55 seconds to the leaders from Van Niemann, but again, we've seen those gaps disappear this race. They can disappear very easily. So yeah, that Ferrari is basically borderline putting down qualifying times. It holds the fastest lap of a 44.037, and it is not quite the fastest in the top 5, with a 44.974 last time by. That goes to Van Niemann with a 44.810, but Pateron ahead was a 45.092, so a good 10th or so faster than the than the 88 car, and significantly faster than the 300 in front. That gap now coming down by about a second this lap around. So Van Niemann on a bit of a charge. Goes 44.810 last time across the stripe, 44.092 for that car, and that is the car of Hunter Davis now, hunting down the 88 car. Hunter Davis is in the number 748, in 9th place, to try and unlap themselves on that car. So that will be a hell of a job if they can. Again, Harper Schmidt with a fastest lap of the race. Ooh, 241 is having a moment. What caused that? Coming down the backstretch. Ooh, somebody's got a meatball flag. In fact, that may well be Harper with a meatball flag, because they didn't have their headlights on. They do now have their headlights on. But that may well be a contributing factor to the accident. Stop go 30 for Bowen in the ASR car, or Astro Speed Racing BMW. In the 65 has a stop go 30. I wouldn't recommend picking those up, they tend to sting. I'm assuming that was speeding in the pit lane. When was your last stop? I have that information. You've literally just come out of the pits. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for following Belinda73 over on Twitch. Good evening to you, and thank you ever so much for being such an awesome human being. Kitev. Oh, that is the Ferrari that has pitted down to fix whatever monstrous amount of damage they have picked up in that car. And the 65 is in to serve their stop-go 30. I can confirm Murkoff is the first car not on the lead lap, and that is 5th in overall. 5th for that car is now down a lap down on the leaders. So yeah, that's again shows you the pace of these front-running cars. Is that it is 4 cars now remain on the lead lap, and I fear it may not be too long before McLaren is on the chopping block for that one as well, with the pace of the 300 car. Having said that, they're now 12.5 seconds back from parring in the 88. They are still potentially on course for a podium position at the end of this one. 5.2 seconds is the gap to Van Niemann. That gap is very, very slowly eking its way out by a few tenths a lap. So and again, it is McLaren is chunking down the gap as fast as they can. 44.685, 45.120, half a second plus between those cars, almost 3/4 of a second between those two cars last time across the stripe. That is why that gap is coming down as quickly as it is. Now inside of 12 seconds, that gap. So, and the gap to Van Niemann is going out, but it's not shrinking particularly for the gap to Van Niemann and McLaren is staying about the same. It is Pateron that is the one that is dropping back now in the 88 BMW. So yeah, McLaren definitely showing the pace in this, in these latter stages of the race, to see how that one goes. Da Costa has gone another lap down on the leader. The leader has just got past them. There you go. That is your leading car number 300. So, as things continue, crikey, that gap is falling and falling fast. How long have these cars got left on their stints? Okay, so the 88 has got the longest left on their stint. 39 and a half minutes for McLaren. 11 minutes, almost 12 minutes for the 88, and the 43 minutes 40 for the 80, and the 300 is on 43 minutes as well. It's just ticked over on that one. So, yeah, McLaren is the one who is definitely on the charge and pushing. James Joyce now in number 69. That is a car we have seen. Yes, James Joyce is doing very, very well. That is a car that we have seen, driver we have seen in the rookie season, absolutely flying. And that's Ford Performance Team car 69, opting to pick that driver up along with, I believe that's Luke Wilson in the car as well. So that is a car that is going to be on the move. They're up 27 places to 7th at the end of, so far, going through to 3 hours 40 to go. Morev is on the tail. Ooh, speaking of tails, theirs is going for a bit of a wander and a slide. Morev is on the tail of Strucketh. Julian Strucketh in the 757 Mustang. So that is Mustang on Ferrari, on Lexus. That is pretty much the newest car on the grid versus just about the oldest. So that is, again, it shows the balance that these cars have been put together. They can still hang with each other. That gap now to McLaren is hovering around the 12-second mark. Still, it hasn't really come down much the last couple of laps. It's only been a tenth or so between the two of them, with the RVR car being the one to make the gains in the last couple of laps, bringing that gap down to 48 and a half seconds now for the 80 to 300 car. Mostly due to a very slow lap from the 300 at 46.1 second flat lap for that car, as Amir is now in the pits for what I'm assuming is their scheduled stop, 1 hour 3:15. Formato is going to need to stop shortly. They're on 1:01 and 6 seconds. So that will be probably the next car to stop, I would have thought. Riccardo Batizzi is going to be the next car to pit. They're on 1:03.46, so they're going to have to pit this lap, and yes, indeed they do. They slow up on the line perfectly there and stay nicely between the yellow lines and the inside of the track, as they were asked to do. So yeah, now it is looking like it's going to be the Formato car will be the next car to stop. With Arbiter's 1 hour 3:59 is the stopped is the time they broke the beam at. It looks like the number 300 is starting to struggle in this latter section of their stint. They're 48 minutes now into their stint. And their time is not nearly as quick as those around them. The McLaren car goes 40. The Ferrari number 1 of McLaren. Ooh, 23 Formato out of the pits. Oh no, that is them into the pits. I was going to say, that them out fresh out the pits and making a mistake. Nope. We also have the 37 of Norris. That seems a little early. 1 hour ones. They're obviously running to the hour mark. It does cost you an extra. The race is long enough that even with a 65-minute stint timer, you can actually save yourself an entire pit stop by going a lap, going that little bit longer. You do actually save yourself an entire pit stop, which over 12 hours is a surprising amount of time. It's about a minute you lose in time between pit line, limit line, plus slowing down and speeding up post all of that. So you can save yourself a chunk of time by pushing to the end of as close to the end of your stint in this situation as you can. Some of the shorter races, like the mini endurance, it's only 4 hours, so you're only going to save yourself maybe 20 minutes, about 15 to 20 minutes. So running to an hour is not the worst idea, because you can often get your last pit stop done first, and everybody else has to kind of react to that. And it can be a good way of gaining places and making a bit of an overcut towards the end of the race. Here, though, it's probably going to be worth taking the hit and running to the end of your stint timer, or as close as you can. The 88 is the one that is struggling the most now, very much so. 967. There's one vote for 967. One. They're the ones that are very much losing out on this one. McLaren now down to about 10.5 seconds is the gap to third place. That car is flying. They've actually pulled away from the leader. The leader is now a minute and 2 ahead. It was closer to a minute and 10 earlier. So they've actually managed to pull up on the leader due to a few slow laps. The McLaren car still going in the mid-44s. Everybody ahead of them is 45 or slower. 44.985, so pretty much 45 flat for the 88 car. 45.1 for the 80, and 45.6, almost an entire second back. Slower is the current leader in the 300 car. Now that might not seem significant now. It's only a second faster. We're still talking in terms of 3.5 hours to go. So with that kind of time, a second a lap could make a surprising difference in terms of what that does for where you finish up. It very much, none of them are out of it in the slightest. We know 5th place is a lap down on the leader, so basically currently the top 4 are the ones in the box seats for position. Now, I say that, the leader is only 12 seconds up the road from 5th. So if there's any kind of instant slow pit stop or otherwise, 5th could quite easily be back into this battle for the lead group. As the 110 goes into the pits, for a, I assume, scheduled stop. Yet 1:03:22 on the clock for that stint. Karsnov is the one to possibly jump out of that car. 420 is into the pits as well from 19th. Norris is onto the tail of Costa. This is a battle we've seen on and off. This is the 37 versus the 6. This is, like I say, this is a battle that goes on and off all through the race between through the pit stop cycles. So yeah, so Norris has just managed to pit 4.5 minutes ago, and is now back on the tail of Costa in the number 6, who pitted 90, almost 19 minutes ago. So that is Norris is going to be trying to make up those positions that they have lost earlier on. They're down 4 from where they started. They started 13th and they're currently 17th. So they will be looking to improve their position on track and the overall standings. Costa, however, up 16. So Strucketh in the 757 is up 26 places. Joyce in the 69 is up 28 places. The number 1 McLaren driven Ferrari is up 33 places. Pateron is down 1. Van Diemen is up 7. And 300 Sandis Versilikis is, that sounds like a plant name, is up 4 places from where they start. I genuinely mean that in an impressive way. It's, I'm not quite sure where you are from. I want to say Austria, which probably means I'm pronouncing your name completely wrong, and I apologise. Ooh, is that another one? That's 2 more votes for the 967. I shall tag those on, which puts the 967 into the lead of well, I say driver of the day. It's more car of the day because, well, there's usually multiple drivers in the cars. I say usually. Currently, your second place car is soloing this, so apply appropriate terms as necessary for car/driver of the day, depending on who it is you're voting for. So yeah, 967 has now got 3 votes in this second stream. So who is this trying to unlap themselves on the lead? Seventh place is Tony Carr has just managed to get themselves unlapped on the leader, which puts them onto, theoretically onto the same lap, but they are 1:50 back. Is effectively the gap now to the leader. So, they've unlapped themselves by 1 lap. They have got to, they are still a lap down. So they've still got 2 laps. They were 2 laps, they're now 1 lap back on the leader. Looks like they're pulling away reasonably quickly. So, yeah, you can see that's the car in 7th. And that is pulling away from the leader now. The leader 45.6 to 7 last time by. So, Versilikis is struggling in that car with, whether it be the conditions, be the light, whatever it is. Be it the car, tyre pressures might not be right. It's surprising how much of a difference that makes to how the car feels if your tyres just won't get up to temperature and or pressure, or they go too far. If they've set the tyres too high of a pressure and they're struggling with excess pressure, that can also stop the tyres from heating up because they can't move around quite as much as they otherwise would do under the car. Apologies, that's possibly getting a little technical for, 8 o'clock at night on a Saturday. Burkhoff is into the pits. That's the 274 in that one. Apologies, I do not recognise your flag for where you are, but that is the Baller Racing Squad car in for, I'm assuming, scheduled service. Yes, 102.12. Might have got away with another lap, but that is, you would be playing it so fine. There's almost no point at this point. Williams is now on the tail of Davis in the 748. So that is 3 on 748 is the battle. 3 is catching and very much looking to try and get back past that car. The previous driver in that car did manage to do it against the previous driver of the 748, so that is a battle for position on track, as that is the 924 having another lap put on it by a large number of people, including the 2 that we are following at this very moment in time. So where is 117 is into the pits. Familiar sight, the pink back end of that 69 Mustang. Apologies there, just having a minor coughing fit. This Mustang of number 3 is hungry for those places against the 748. You can see it getting right up under the rear wing of the 748. The number 3 goes for it on the brakes down into turn 1, and that is through and clear, and the 748 has not got an answer for that, and goes a position down then for that one. Very nicely done. I feel like that was more of an inevitability in that car than it was a when. So very nicely done, and they have already checked out over a second gap on that car. So nicely done. The gap now, McLaren has flown up behind the Ferrari in that Ferrari on the 88. Gap now down to 7.5 seconds between those two cars. 7.5 seconds is the gap now, and consistently Pateron matches the lap time of McLaren bar 200ths between those two. 45.062 plays 45.060 for McLaren. So Pateron finding a little bit of extra pace there. I believe that is towards the middle of their stint. McLaren is on the tail end of theirs, so they will have to pit about half an hour before the number 88 will. That probably will drop them back off the lead lap, but as soon as the leader pits, they will get back on it. So they are right on that bubble of dropping a lap down to the leaders. Smith Adams now is that a lap? Smith Adams 122. So Smith Adams is, I think, a lap down, but only just. Or if they are on the same lap, they're only just on the same lap. The gap is 1:22. So I think that Aston Martin that we can hear running there is very much on the bubble. The other side is 450 at the back of the grid, or they would 967. Another one for 967. Apologies, just failing to read there, as this is Mustang on Lexus battle. Lexus tries to go past. It's looking every which way on the back of this Mustang. Mustang managed to hold it up and hold it on to the position earlier on, going over the curbs through the bus stop. But this Lexus is looking very, very strong against the 757. 250 place 757. Mustang versus Lexus. You can only vote once on each platform, unfortunately. So Gaming Wolf, that's another one for you. 967 is getting a lot of votes, and there's a lot of love for that car. I will show it some love as well in the that's the WRT car down in 28th. We've lost a couple more cars now. We're down to 29 runners in this one. 450 is at the back of the grid, or have they retired? 450. 450. 450. Which car was that? I am struggling to... 445. I think 445. 450 may have retired. Yes, that's Henry. Does look like the 450 has retired. Unfortunately, I did not see what happened there and why. That has happened whilst we have been off air, or possibly I haven't noticed. Ooh, it looks like it's back up and working. 37 over on Varaga. Yeah, no, there is Troy, Conrad, Varaga, Jordan. No, that car is not. With the way that Lexus has been driving, I'm not surprised they are pointing the wrong way for a bit there. Let's see how this has panned out. No, I have not seen that car. Looks like it is working over on Twitch. This looks like it is going to be a curb-induced... Yep, a curb-induced spin for the 45 coming out of the bus stop. So yes, by all means, go get your votes in. I am going to keep tabs on the sheet of paper just in case it does stop working. But it does look like it's working properly over on Twitch, so by all means, jump in and have a look and get your votes in there. Obviously, you get one vote on each platform, one vote on YouTube, one vote on Twitch. So do feel free to jump over there and get one in there if there is somebody you are particularly rooting for. Speaking of which, I said I would. Here's the 967 for you. Getting some love out on track, since you lot seem to very much be voting for that one. It's currently in amongst some cars being a bit of a backmarker to most things. Down in 28th. I would also just like to shout out to the 924. That is a car that has had... They've not been particularly amazing on pace. They've not been fantastic on anything. They've had their troubles and they've had their and trials and tribulations over the course of this race. But they have stuck it out. They're still running in 29th. Admittedly, there is 29 still running, but they are doing better than those who have had to call it quits. They are still running at this point. Irrespective of where you are in the grid, getting to the end of the race, especially something this long, is downright impressive. So I want to say a massive well done to them already, just for keeping going. They're still down 4 places from where they started. They've had a few spins, a few offs, etc. I think they've picked up a few drive-through, stop-go penalties, etc. But they've stuck with it. They've kept going. So yeah, very well done to them. They're a couple of laps down on the car in front, but they're not out of it. They're still plugging away in that M4 BMW. So very, very well done to them indeed. That goes for everybody. Well done as Costa gets a drive-through. Yeah, so that is... Yeah, very, very well done to that car for sticking with this and keeping going. I've done a good number of endurance races now, and I've commentated on a few as well. And yeah, it's always the ones that just plug it away and keep going. You don't necessarily get lots of coverage, but you keep plugging away and you keep going through, and you keep making the laps happen, irrespective of your position. So a mighty big well done to yourself. The 88 has now jumped the 300. This could be big for the end of the race. I'm just going to jump to the cars we're talking about. That is the 88, giving a bit of a flash of the lights to the 45 there. They're 39 minutes into their stint as we speak. 5 minutes 22 is the 300. The 300 is now into second place. And the number 1 has... What has happened there during the pit stops? Okay. So that was a short stop. So Van Pateron can't have taken tyres in their last pit stop. They were only stopped for 24 seconds. This may be why that car has been struggling. If they're on almost 2-hour-old tyre, or an hour and 40 plus old tyres, by the end of the stint that will be 2 hours. They're feeling the hurt now, but that might be the stint of the race. I see what happened there with the number 1. They have dropped back on time due to the 52-second stop that they had last time by, which put them in the pits for about 20 seconds more than anybody else outside of Pateron. So I don't know whether that's going to be a... Is this going to be a short stint-ish from Pateron to then take a full stop next time out to make their last pit stop first, and whilst everybody else is struggling with their cars later on, they've got fresher tyres when others are having to hang on to worn tyres. They're hanging on to the worn tyres now to get the jump later on. Hold that thought. Keep in mind. Let's see what happens. Morev is bouncing around on time. Number 1, 5 seconds for using in-game chat. You were warned about that in the driver briefing. Admittedly, that was quite a while ago, but that was very much warned about in the driver briefing, so don't do it. Otherwise, you will get another 5-second penalty for that one. 10 seconds. Ooh, yeah, really not. That's not going well. Yeah, so using it, that's been up to 10 seconds for basically what they wrote in chat. So I'm assuming the extended stop was due to damage, and I'm assuming whatever was said in chat was less than broadcastable. Unfortunately, I can't see it from the spectator view, so I think we're all good on that front. Or if it did come up, I apologise if it was spotted. The 250 is... It's rubber banding quite a bit behind the 757. It'll have a few laps where it will fly and catch right back up, and then I think it goes for a bit of a move, and it doesn't always go well, and they drop back. So, yeah, very much so a case of that one dropping back and forward. They've just dropped out of a second now on that car. On the 757, there's not a huge amount else going on. However, the 300 is only 16 seconds, 17 seconds behind the 88. So that is Davis Bite now in the GMR Motorsport 2024 car. And it is Dmitry Pateron. Pateron? I apologise, I very much may have been pronouncing this wrong. Pateron in that car with the Van Niemann RVR car 42 seconds back from them, so about a minute back. Smith Adams, with everything that's been going on, has closed back up and is 33 seconds behind the leader. So that was the leader there, and that's them there. So they are kind of on the same lap. So Smith Adams is now on the same lap, as is Carr, as is Joyce. So we now are in a situation where 7 cars are effectively on the same lap, albeit just in places, but they are all on the same lap. So, again, it's not all over at all for the majority of the top 10. I realise the 88 still needs to pit, but that's only going to make the situation better for those in the top 10 as when the 88 pits. They are 45 minutes into their current stint. It looks like they are diving for the pit, so they are doing... I wonder if this is their short stint. They didn't take fuel, didn't take tyres at the last stop, whether that was intentional or otherwise. They've done 45.5 minutes on this stint. What we're watching now, I know this sounds weird, because a lot can happen in 3 hours and change. This could well be the strategy call that wins them the race. Now, I don't think they're going to drop behind... they might just drop behind Van Niemann. But if they do, it's not going to be by much. Because they are down and away now. And Van Niemann is just going past now. So they're only going to be a handful of seconds behind Van Niemann. Van Niemann is 42.5 seconds back from the leader. And they are about 7 seconds back from Van Niemann. So about 50 seconds is almost exactly is the gap that covers the top 3. As James Joyce is in the pits. Slightly scraped up looking car. That is on schedule 103.52. So again, running that as far as they can for that car. Started 34th up to 27th. Borges is also in 103.50. They break the beam. Yeah, sorry, I'm sat here doing a bit of mental arithmetic-y craziness. Fastest lap last time by for Van Niemen, 44.392, was their first flyer. No, that wasn't their first flyer out of the pits, was it? No, or was it? No, they're about 15 or 14 minutes or so into their stint. So, yeah, there's about 15 minutes now between Pateron, Panrat. What's your first name? Vadim. I am having a nightmare with your name. I apologise. Volpato's picked up 5 seconds. Holding up faster car for more than one lap, ignoring blue flags. Ooh, okay. That's not a particularly friendly thing to be doing. So... yeah, that one is... This is going to be an interesting one as we very much get to the closing stages of this race. Wilson now into the 69 and has Strucketh and Morev for company in those two cars. That is the Lexus and the other Mustang for company. About just over half a second is the gap from 69 to 757, and the car we're watching right now directly is the 250. That is right up underneath the rear wing of the 757 again. As I say, that gap seems to come out and back down again. Come up and back down again quite regularly for that car, so we shall see how that goes, and I will stick with this battle. I think what's happening is these Morev and Strucketh are going to battle, probably into some form of attrition, and 69 of Luke Wilson is going to pull away for now. So, yeah. Similarly, if anybody does fancy coming and having a chat in the comments box from any of the stewarding team, finish nibbling on your crayons and come and have a chat, you're more than welcome to. As are any of the drivers. Like I say, there's probably not going to be time for driver interviews. There's really not going to be time for driver interviews at the end of this because it finishes about 11:30 UK. So yeah, that's going to be a bit late really to be doing a load of driver interviews, especially if there'll be multiple drivers per car. So yeah, if anybody from the cars wants to come and let us know how things have been going, you're always welcome to. 757 goes ahead as 757. 250 goes ahead of 757 as the 757 dives for the pits. I thought I saw that correctly. Shout out to Alex Norris, who's been getting the whole 12 hours done alone. Oof, Alex Norris. Which car is that? Norris. 30, car number 37, Aston Martin. We've seen you battling the 6 of currently being driven by Costa. Again, that's a monster of a job. up and down the grid, we're seeing people who are soloing this race. That is another one of those cars. 37 Aston Martin. Very well done. I don't know how you do this. I don't know how. I'm sat here struggling to do 12 hours of commentary. So, yeah, very, very well done for that car. Not necessarily at the sharp end as much as everybody else, but still going. As others have faltered, and you're doing this entirely solo. So yeah, very, very well done. I'm not sure you're human. Same goes for Van Niemen. I don't think either of you are particularly human. But thank you for being here anyway. Also, the level of stamina that you have to be able to pull this off. Quite frankly, if anybody wanted to give you a drive, because neither of you are particularly slow, you'd be a heck of a driver for actual endurance racing. To be able to do this solo is genuinely impressive. Pateron now is 11.2 back from Van Niemen. Van Niemen is just putting lap times down about half a second. I say that as Pateron goes across the line and pretty much matches Van Niemen's times. 44.5 45.151 plays 44.587. So well under a tenth between those two cars on their last lap. David DeMarco in the ACCI car. Is currently 47 seconds back. I am now concerned that car is going to go a lap down, potentially before the end of this stint, which, I hate to say it, may well be the end of their charge towards the sharp end of this one. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still impressive, but they do have a 10-second penalty hanging over them for the next pit stop, which is still 3/4 of an hour away. At least. They're on 16 minutes 11 for their current stint. So, yeah, they will have 10 seconds at the end of their current stint. Along with the fact that car is still carrying some damage. So, as 445 is into the pits. That was, I assume, for a scheduled stop. Yet 1 hour 20 seconds breaks the beam for that car. What I will also say is, after the flurry in the first half an hour, which was mostly in the first couple of laps, genuinely, I've seen sprint races with less penalties given out. Sorry, with more penalties given out than we've seen so far in this race. That is downright impressive. And also, I think, shows the calibre and the calibre of driver that we have turning up for these events. That, yeah, we've seen sprint events with more hour-long or sort of hour-and-a-half sprint events with more penalties than currently are seeing. Wilson is on the tail of the 151. Now with that Mustang. Pelotari is the car they are hunting down. Let's go on board and see what we can see from a semi-driver's eye view. Oh, that's another one for the 420 that I have just spotted. Chris the Gunner, well done. Thank you very much for the vote for the 420. That puts them up to a couple of votes now, total, for this one. And that is nicely done. Gets the run out of the downhill hairpin. Can they hold this going through the boots? They are side by side. And that is Wilson through. Can Palatari do anything through the toe? Doesn't look like it. That is them in the rearview mirror and in the camera that you can see there. So I think that is day clear for Wilson. Very nicely done. Up the inside there and then holding on to that around the outside. That is very nicely driven. Where are they in relation? They are about 45 minutes plus better on tyres than the car in front they have just passed. So that is largely going to be helping them in that Mustang. Up 25 positions, started 34th, now into 9th. As the 151, as to some degree, to be expected. I say to be expected. 58.09 is a little short on time, but not horrible. Hunter Davis, who is the next car up the road, some 12 seconds up the road, is basically going to be, I think, the next car to pit. That day, Wilson will probably leapfrog in the pits. As they are 102.29, and they are going through the down into the boot as we speak, caught up in some back markers. So I would not be surprised to see this car bail for the pits, because they're going to be 1 hour 3 and change, probably without time to get another lap done and in traffic, so quite possibly wanting to get out of traffic and into some clear air if possible. Although, looking at the map, I don't think there is any way you can get clear air, because it's everywhere's just kind of full, really. As the 151 is out of the pits. Sure enough, that is them diving for the pits. Or so hours I'll be taking the car again, bring her home. Been a fun day. 2 or so hours. Okay, lovely. Sabre, which car did you just jump out of? Did you just jump out of the 151? So it'll be whoever is in for the last couple of hours, for 2 hours, and then you'll bring it home for the last hour. If so, very well done. 151 is currently, if that is the car you were in, then you are doing very well. Currently in 10th, as Davis is now pitting from 9th. From 8th. Wilson's got straight back past, and Palatari is currently in that car. Xavier Lavost back in the number 10, Volpato in the number 9. Yeah. Have we got any actual on-track battles? No, about the only thing we've got is Pateron now being 9.5 seconds back from Van Niemen, after Van Niemen has a slow couple of laps by the looks of things. 45.070 plays 44.830. DeMarco in the number 1 Ferrari is quicker than both of them, but only just 44.552 for that car last time across the stripe. We'll be coming back across very shortly. as will the number 80, so we'll see what that is. 45.257. And that goes 44.8, so a significant improvement on lap time for Pateron, and the over Van Niemen there. So that gap will he's steadily coming down. We're just waiting for the number 1 car to cross the beam on start-finish line. Running a little bit wide there through the penultimate corner, nicely through the last one. Just missed the wall. You've got to really flirt with track limits and everything, walls, etc. 45.162, so faster than, just faster than the 80, and not quite as fast as the 88 there. So sometime gained, sometime lost. It's fairly even. It's fairly even across that one with that battle. Let's have a quick flick outside of these cars. Who's doing what out on track? There's not a huge amount going on. Let's give the 300 a little bit of airtime, as they are currently our leader. However, question mark 88's tactical pit stop / driver time / everything game that they were playing there. Now, they're going to have to run it as tight as they can on time to maximise the length, the time they have after the clock goes to 0, because they need to make sure they have enough driver time if they have to do an extra lap. If you cross the line with a second to go, you will still have to complete the lap you are on, so you won't. Obviously, a second, you can kind of lose that and slow up, and it's not too big of a deal. But, for instance, if you are battling and you have to go that second, you need to make sure you have the stint time at the end of the race, that you're not going to exceed your driver time limit, which I believe will give you a 30-second drive-through, give you a drive-through penalty at the very least, possibly a stop-go 30 if you exceed it. I can't remember exactly which one it is. Obviously, that will be added on at the end of the race, if that is the case. So, if you're battling with somebody, you really don't want to end up in that situation. So, we'll see how that goes. Like I say, this top 3... possibly top 4. DeMarco's going to have to give it some beans to catch up, but plausibly anybody in the... definitely anybody in the top 3 are still within a shout. Top 4... That is a big slide coming out of there for the Mustang. The Mustang does like to get sideways. Very light flick on the brakes there, as that car is getting loose. Where is it on time? Stint time, 32 minutes, and that car is getting loose as all whatnot. Trying to hang on to that car for Davis Bite. Goes 44.912 versus Van Niemen's 44.850. So does pull in a little bit of time, but it's not much. Pateron is 44.980, so end of that lap, Van Niemen is the one with the bonus on there, is currently the one with the best lap times, as Van Niemen definitely does. No, sorry, doesn't quite, goes 1:45.105 across the stripe, and 45.575. So actually, at the end of lap 310 completed, it went the way of Bite there in the Mustang. So although that looked like a ragged lap last time across the stripe, it was still actually the fastest of the top three. So that car coming back to the drivers there. Why is 131 showing as yellow flags? No, that's number 3 is showing as yellow flags in the pit lane. Something's not quite right with that. Chandler Williams in that car is down and away. Was that a stop? That car seems to have disappeared off the timing screens. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Something odd has happened. I fear that may have been technical issues and a disconnect, because 10th currently doesn't exist, which would be where that car is on my timing screens. Pelletari's gone past Morev. Morev hasn't. Morev is... I'm not sure. That may be a car that's either desynced and we can't see it, or that is a car that's had a connection issue and has blinked out of existence. As Morev goes into 12th, that is going to put Valpato, when they cross the line, up into 11th. Yeah, unfortunately, that looks like that's some sort of disconnect for that car. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you can get reconnected without losing too much time and or positions, so you can at least complete the race. Is that the number 1? Number 1 is there. Looks like the number 1 has gone a lap down now on the leaders, unfortunately. That does look a little bit like whatever issue it was they had has stymied their charge a little bit. Ooh, I see now why that happened. Number 3, disqualification instant wreck. That's quite serious. That's why that car was suddenly back at the pits and on not showing. And everybody is steadily gaining a position as they go past the stripe and recover past the lap that they were on. Intent wreck. So yeah, that is not something we stand for in the slightest here at Toga. So yeah, that was not a good one to have done. And well done for the stewards for... Well done to whoever it was who sent that through as a ticket, and thank you for the stewards dealing with that. So yeah, we don't deal with that. We don't tolerate that in the slightest. We have... I think this is Thomas trying to unlap themselves on the 420 car. That 420 car is doing surprisingly well on the driver of the day. But yeah, this looks like it is Thomas trying to unlap themselves on that one and go a lap, move on to the same lap, effectively as the 420 driven by Calvin Herman for Valcora Performance. Has the number 9 Aston Martin of Volpato putting a lap on them as well. So, how are we doing out on track? The 420 is kind of pulling away from the 55 a little bit there. Not really gaining, not really losing. But the gap has gone out to 0.8 of a second now. Pateron, not a good lap, 45.057 last time across the stripe. Van Niemen 44.917, Byte 44.697 is the lap times last time across the stripe for the top 3. Pateron dropping down to 10 seconds now is the gap to the 80. That was coming down quite nicely, but has gone back out again a little bit. Uh, 110 dives for the pits for a little early but relatively scheduled service. I'm hoping the stream... 250 is into the pits. I'm hoping the stream is still going. I'm not seeing anybody on chat. It looks to still be going. I hope the quality is better than what I have on my computer here, but then I have a lot of stuff running on my computer at the moment. So it is kind of dropped down quite significantly there. That was the wrong button there to push. I want to push that one. Come on, keyboard. There we go. That one. 2:50. I'm assuming that is, yeah, 1 hour 23. 1 hour 23. 1 hour 3 and 23 seconds. For that one, desperately trying to get some heat into those tyres as early and as quickly as possible. Track and air temperature is 18 degrees now, so it's come down another degree since over the last hour and a bit. Since we've been on air, it has come down 2 degrees. So in game is now 10:30 in the evening. As the 55 is in. Is that scheduled? Yeah, 103.46. I'm not sure what to report on it, honestly. It's just steadily, everybody's just steadily taking the laps down. Bite has found some more pace and is happily chewing the laps down and is now currently the fastest in the top 3, which I believe is basically the last 3 cars on the lead lap. So they are about the only ones now that can challenge for the top spot on the podium. This is just the podium positions, essentially, that is being fought over. So, yeah. As 19th goes up a position, as that disqualified car is slowly being trickled down the list on my timer screens. Unfortunately, I didn't get an easy way of being able to add the live timing screens onto my Discord. My OBS. I will look further into that over the next week or so before I'm on stream next. Speaking of which, let's have a quick look at the calendar on SimGrid, because that will I'll be able to let you know what events we have coming up this week and what you need to keep an eye on. It looks like, what have we got coming up on the calendar this coming week? We move into a new month. Nothing up to the Wednesday the 30th. Moving to May. Ooh, okay, so it is the Summer Sprint Championship. That is the Hot Lap. Yeah, that's the Hot Lap server that is currently running. So you have until next Saturday to get your lap times in on there before that changes over to whatever the next one will be. So yeah, get your laps in at Silverstone for that one. And we also have the 5,000 members sprint challenge. This will be the last race of the series at Kailami on May the 3rd. So that is a 83-minute race at Kailami from 10 to 7. So yeah, that celebrates 5,000 members on... I don't remember signing up for that event. think it's because there's various academy chassis that are racing, and I'm also a member of the Toga Academy. And that is why I am showing as signed up for that one, because it's the team I'm in is signed up on that. So, yes, that is this Saturday. A week today. That one will be happening. The following week we have Manufacturers Cup on the Tuesday, May the 6th, which is 6th is Misano, 13th, and the following week is Red Bull Ring, and it is Laguna for round 3, and round 4 is Silverstone. I believe that is all GT3 Cup cars. Yes, it is. So, if you like those things, go have a look at that event and go have some fun there. Rookie Wednesday qualification round is the 7th of May on that one. So get your laps in for that one. If you want to take part in Rookies Season 15, the qualification survey should be open, and that will be at... The qualification is going on at... here, Watkins Glen. My brain just had a complete brain fart there and stopped working. And then to round out the week, we have the mini endurance event, which is the last round at Hungaro Ring for 4 hours of that one on the 10th of May. So that's the next couple of weeks of events that we have coming up. If there's anything else, it will all be found on the on SimGrid. We also are dipping our toe into the world of console events. We have 19 minutes of Silverstone on Sunday the 18th. Is our first event of any console-based racing. It is a single standalone event at Silverstone. So, if you are on console and are having a look, we are dipping our toe in the water for that one. So feel free to join in there. Thank you very much, Jim the Lamb, for following us over on Twitch. And towards the end of the month, the 24th of the 24th of April, at Barcelona, there is a special event, 2-hour race, starting at 8 o'clock in the evening, which is the third... You could have made it a 3-hour race. It's our third birthday. Anyway, third birthday of Toga Motorsport. So, yeah, get yourself in on that one if you like running around there. GT3s at Barcelona. So that is on May the 24th. Teams of 1 and 2 can take part in that event. So yeah, everything is all starting to happen with that one. So yeah, all is well, all is happy. We shall get back to the racing, I think. So yeah, do keep an eye on everything on the SimGrid page, because that will give you all and any updates as they happen. Go follow us over there, and you will get all the latest updates when new events launch. Similarly, if you get onto our website and join as a member, there are all the extra perks that you get with that, being able to give race numbers, reserve race numbers, etc., etc. which is always nice if you have a particular lucky number or a particularly fun number that you like to race under. Then by all means get on that and you can reserve that number. Lavost is in the pits out of 10th. No, car number 10 in 12th currently in the pits. I'm assuming that was out of 11th that they pitted. Okay, so that is 24th currently doesn't exist on the timing screen, but will do shortly. It's going to take a few laps now to trickle all the way to the bottom. Ooh, that could get very interesting. I've just spotted what is on the weather radar for 30 minutes' time. Where are people on stints? Ooh, okay. So Smith Adams in 5th is going to have to make a pit stop. Quite possibly the car in the best position, actually, at this point in time. Between that and Landry are the two cars possibly in the best position. Because it's currently saying that there is rain expected in 30 minutes. I don't know when that changed over, but I've just spotted it. Now, Smith Adams and Landry are off the lead lap. However, struggling around on dry tyres in wet weather, that time can disappear very quickly. Now, what I fear is this has just thrown the 88 car's plans completely out the window. Because they've nicely got themselves back largely on the same stint pattern as the cars around them. However, they're going to make a pit stop because relatively soon-ish, but it's going to be a lot later than further into this. They're 56 minutes roughly each into their stints. Pateron is 43 minutes into their stint. And DeMarco is 51 minutes into their stint. So they're going to be pitting, and then they're going to have 20 minutes maybe on the dry tyres before it starts to rain. They're going to struggle to get half an hour out of their tyres before they've got to come into the pits again. Smith Adams is about to pit, and that's going to potentially give them, in fact, he's in the pits as I speak, breaks the beam at 1 hour, 1 minute and 20 seconds, is going to keep themselves out there on fresh tyres for a bit longer. Their tyres are not going to be as worn, so their tyres are going to be able to, their tyres are going to be better up to temperature, so they'll be able to deal with the colder track temperature that will drop quite quickly when it starts to rain, meaning the tyres will cool off very, very quickly in these conditions, which makes the car a lot harder to drive. Big, sticky, slick tyres like to be nice and warm, so they are sticky. When they are not sticky, because they are cold, they are not that grippy. It's like driving on wood. So, yeah, I think the top three may be in a awkward position in terms of when this rain arrives, and their pit stop strategy does depend on how long this lasts. If it turns up and then it goes to being dry straight away afterwards, if you've got the stint time and you reckon you can hold on, not pitting could work, but it's a massive risk. It is only level 1 rain by the looks of things, so it doesn't look like it's going to be too bad. Vote for the 420 Oliver. 23. No, we have a total of 29 cars still out there. It's just 'cause I've been following the leader. Vote for 20. That is another one for that car. Thank you very much. I'm making a note. Unfortunately, YouTube isn't working. However, you're welcome if you have a Twitch account to vote on there, as that is working. I'm also making a manual note of anything that comes up, so don't worry, it's not being missed. So, yeah, everybody's kind of spread out, hence why I'm just following the lead around at the moment. So yeah, that rain hasn't changed over to the 10-minute mark as of yet. When it does, it will be interesting to see where the what the conditions are that follow it, whether it's more rain, and if so, what those rain conditions are like. Does it get worse? Does it get easier? If it does go back to dry 30 minutes, then when the rain arrives, how long before it dries up? I said at the start of this, we've got 12 hours. Anything in terms of rain could happen. We had an 8-hour race at Watkins Glen where it rained for the entire time. Vote for number 3. Ooh, that's a new car to add to the tally sheet. Number 3 gets 1 vote. So, yeah, we'll see how this pans out. It's going to be interesting. It's going to make a lot of people have to rethink a lot of things, I fear. And we'll see how that goes with the end of the race. So this race is definitely not over and done. Anthony gets a stop-go 30. I'm assuming that was a pit stop. That was... they are... Yeah, that was speeding in the pit lane. I'm assuming that was a scheduled stop for that car. Ooh, 110 having issues. What was that? Ooh, gets a big slide. Well held indeed. In that Mustang, causing yellow flag, getting a little bit loose, coming out the last corner. What's the gap there? Callum Jones, Luke Wilson. There's a pair of cars that we have come across. A pair of drivers that we come across. Both, I think, occasionally have raced together, but also have raced against each other quite a few times as well. There is about 58-second gap between the two of them at the moment, but well, we'll see what happens. Just ticking through the timing screen, seeing what's going on. Your second place car, Van Niemann, is soloing this race. Hasn't dropped out the top 3. The next endurance race was... I did have it up just now. I have got rid of it. I think is the mini endurance at... I believe it's the Hungaroring is the next mini endurance at 4 hours, which is on the 10th of May. There is the Members Challenge, which is a driver swap race. It is 83 minutes of Kailami, so it's basically a sprint race for that car, for these cars, as that requires a driver change and a if you are opting to run a second driver in that car. But yeah, the main next endurance will be the mini endurance race. Also, I forgot to mention, those that enjoy LMU, there is a LMU sprint race on the 14th, 17th of May. So anybody that is a enjoyer of LMU, it is a race at Le Mans for 90 minutes. So if you do like that, go sign up for that. It is multi-class. It is the Hypercar and the LMGT3s running in that one. So that is the full potential grid of Hypercars and also the Aston Martins. And all the Aston Martins? I can't remember. No, sorry, I was looking at the LMGT3s and thinking Hypercar at the same time. No, there is not an Aston Martin in... Is there? No, there's not an option for the Aston Martin in that list, as far as I can see. But there is in the GT3s. Apologies, that was a brain failure and a half. As we are seeing the RVR car come into the pits now for their scheduled stop. 1 hour 4:42. That's close. 300 has been in and out. I didn't see what their time was that they stopped from. That has put Pateron up into second, but it has not allowed Pateron to go into the lead as it did before with their last stops. Now, obviously, a lot of this is going to get thrown all up in the air and all sorts of shades of funky as the rain turns up. It's still saying in 30 minutes, so it may arrive before the end of the race. Well, it's more than likely going to arrive before the end of the race. There's still 2 hours 14 to go. Watching the 6 hours of the WC in Spa. We'll be joining some championships with the team at Tarax Tracks Racing on Toga Motorsport soon, though. Would love to see you and your fellow drivers in whatever car it is you bring. So yeah, do come and enjoy. That is the 10th is the 10th was the mini endurance. So yeah, if you keep an eye on, there is some bigger endurance races, full length endurance races turning up very soon. Those being the I think the first one I believe is Imola. Endurance League 6 hours. I'm gonna just look this up properly. Mini endurance, sprint, Rocky Wednesdays, LMU, Silverstone, Barcelona. Endurance 6 hours of Donington Park is the first event that you can sign up for on the 28th of June for that one. July 26th is the Spa 12 hours. 6 hours for the of Hungaroring on the 30th of August. Imola 8 hours on the 27th of September. And that, I believe, is your list for this year's endurance events. So that is, I believe it's an £8. Is it £8 or $8 entry fee? Yeah, it looks like it is an $8 entry fee into that one. So if you do want to come join in, we have some full endurance events, full length endurance events if you're wanting to come join in with those. see our green beast on track very soon. Lovely, lovely. Can't wait to see it. Make sure if you do have custom liveries, everything is all uploaded to the appropriate files on Awesome Sim Racing, and then we will see it on stream. And anybody else on track who's got Awesome Sim Racing loaded up will also see it. So, 2 hours, 10 minutes to go. Another vote for the number 420. That puts them up to that many. That is the 420 on 4 votes for this second half of the second half that we're streaming now. Puts them on a total of 5 overall. Which is matching the 967. So, uh, 420 currently waiting for the rain to come. Hopefully we can make up some time when it does. Fair enough. You've taken a slightly more conservative setup in the hope that you can survive any inclement weather that comes by way of the race. It's still saying it's 30 minutes away. It's been sat there for at least 20 minutes, possibly longer. So, it's due. I'm not sure when it's due. It took a bit longer than we'd have liked. Yes, as I say, anybody that was racing with us at the end of last endurance series, yeah, we had the 8 hours of Watkins. First endurance for the 420 at Toga. Possibly, I'm not sure. I've seen a number of people race under that number. That's an interesting sentence that made sense. English is a funky language. However, something I have just noticed is Pateron is only 13 seconds behind Byte. So that's the 88 on the 300 Ford versus BMW. Pateron is due to pit in the next 5 minutes. And it's just ticked over to 59 minutes on their stint timer. So they are a little out of sync still. It will have to go to 10 minutes, and they don't have that on their stint timer. So if it was at 10 minutes and it was imminent, they could be in the box seats, but I don't think that they are. I'm concerned they may come out of the pits and it be... 295 just disappeared off the timing screens. That was a back to the pits and disappear for that car. Hopefully that was nothing major and they're all okay. Haven't seen anything in the penalties for that one, whether that was anything serious. Uh, 52 and the number 6 possibly having a coming together there for that. In that one. Ooh, the number 6 spins it, and the 52 just kind of drives into the side of them, really. Not something I would recommend doing, and it kind of hurts. The number 6 now looking very, very worse for wear. I think they were trying to get into the pit lane. I fear that car may be somewhat recalcitrant to turn, and so we're struggling to get that thing turned in and slowed down. Looking, no country, Valkyrie performance. Yeah, and looking forward to the battles in the future. Same here, yeah, very much so. Looking forward to seeing you in more events here at Toga. Ooh, I can flick between relative and not relative. That's kind of helpful. Actually, with how mixed up the grid is, that might not be the worst thing. Number 6, yeah, that's the 6 that's in the pits. That's going to be in for a while with a lot of damage. 445. Jin Hatsunu Miku is the name of the driver that's currently in there. I take my hat off for racing under that name. Well done. Number 6 has one of our drivers in them, so we have an internal battle. Nice. 420 and 6. I just need to flick out of that. 420 is... ooh, they are actually... Lecroux... Florian Lecroux... I feel like... Is some of your team also doing double duty with another car? Or am I just having names that look... Okay, I think I'm getting Florian Lecroux and Florian Bourget in the G League. It's 2 Ferraris. 2 Ferraris mixed up between those two, unfortunately. I apologise there, I just had a bit of a brain failure there. Telexera is out of the pits after what I presume was quite a long stop. Yeah, 1 minute 27 seconds stop for that car. Has brought the 420 a little bit closer to that battle. Still, I think, a lap down, maybe, on that car. Or if they are... No, they aren't a lap down, but they are about 37 seconds between the two cars. So, yeah. Ooh, I have just... Thank you for pointing that one out in chat. I had not quite spotted that in top of the corner of my screen. I'm staring at this on a very large screen, hence why it might look a little odd on your end of things. So yeah, just gone up to 30, gets worse in 30 minutes. Rain is due in 10 minutes. According to the little ticker in the corner of the screen. Obviously, all the teams will have access to this information as well. So that is a... That's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of times. Lucas Frederick in Revenge Phantom Motorsports. He's starting to get on the tail, or is very much on the tail of Palatari now, as the 45 is, I think, are trying to avoid anything and has a bit of an issue themselves in that car. As these two are running up to the toe of the boot, coming up the hill to the bottom of the circuit. That's a sentence and a half. Still line astern. They're both pretty even on lap times. There's only tenths between each. Between them, in fact, hundredths. 300ths of a second last time across the stripe for both these cars. Or was it? Hang on, no. It was... Yes, it was hundredths between those two. 1:46.71 with a 2 and with a 5 for the 151 and the 751 respectively. So that's a gap that is going to hang around for a while where it is. It's probably going to rely a little bit on one of these two cars making a bit of a mistake to give the other one breathing room or let one of them pass. Although it does look like Frederick has got a good draft. The gap coming down ever so slightly, coming up through the S's and into the top stretch of the circuit now. In towards the bus stop. They're going to go too wide, side by side, and 757 gets back past. That puts them onto the same lap as the 751. So that was unlapping themselves on that car. They will now be charging off down the road to try and get back round to catch them, to actually pass them for position. As the 69 Luke Wilson car is in and out for, I assume, is a scheduled stop. Don't know, they crossed the exit line before I had a chance to look. That is Wilson. The gap now, Wilson to Jones, is 20 seconds. So that gap's kind of come down a little bit. It was a lot more than that earlier. Jones is chasing down the 7th, in that 748, chasing down the 69 of Luke Wilson. Both of those drivers very, very strong indeed. Oh, 748 is showing yellow flags. What happened there? All on their own gets... Oh, that was a big clonk on the barrier for that car. All on their own gets it loose on the back end, coming through the heel of the boot, and ends up parking into a wall. Gets back up and going, but that car's got some damage. You can see the bonnet there just about lifting slightly. The rain, I would assume, is looking pretty imminent at this point in time. Don't quote me on that, but that's definitely been heading towards 10 minutes of in-game time. So the rain, I would have thought, would be due fairly soon. Is there anybody who is, funnily enough, the 748 is on a 54-minute stint at this point, a 55-minute stint at this point in time. Frederick has just had to dive into the pits from the 757 to take service, as they are 103.25. I can see a number of cars and a number of teams absolutely running this to the limit who are still to pit to try and get this when, as Landry is... Oh, that's a bad place to end up. How did you end up there? That is a fast section of track to get it wrong. Clean through turn 1. Up into the S's. What happens here? Oh, nice. Oh! Something just gave out there. Are they back running? They are now. I'm wondering whether that was a steering wheel disconnect for that car. Anybody from the 23 that is listening in, feel free to let us know on that one. That kind of looked like it forgot to turn. So if that was a steering wheel error, please let us know. what caused that one, because that was all on their own and looked slightly alarming and semi-confusing as to why or how that happened. Bourges gets past the 757 as they are in the pits. That is for position, I think. Yes. Uh, 912 off track. Ooh, I think that's been in the wall hard. Into turn 1. I don't know if that is... I think that was an error and just missed their braking marker by a chunk there. How has that ended up over there? That's the pit lane speed limit board has ended up all the way out over there. I'm assuming from pit exit. They have RTG'd. 13 seconds stationary now since they stacked it. We are seeing a bit of a flurry of pit stops. 23 again having issues in that section. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, it has now started raining. The track is marked as greasy. I am wondering whether this is somebody who is just struggling, trying to carry a bit too much speed on a slick, tired car through corners that are not... Yeah, it's almost identical to the previous lap. That is... Okay, I hadn't quite spotted that on there because I can't see it on my screen off 4 that I can see on stream, but it is showing as greasy on track. And it is going to be... So that is... Yeah, track is now showing it as greasy, so that's going to be having an issue, and we're seeing wholesale pit stops up and down the timing screens. McVeigh for the 72274 is in for pit stop. This is going to be some out of sync pit stops for a number of cars. This may have worked out very well for the 151, as they were on an hour as it sits for their pit stops. So they're going to pit with essentially 2 hours to go, with basically 2 stints left to go. So if I was them, I'd be banging some wet tyres on, because we know it's going to get worse. Manage them for as much as you possibly can for now, and keep them alive as best as you can, as other people will have to pit around you, and you're not making a pit stop out of sync. So, very nicely done. That could be a car inside the top 10 that could come back to do reasonably well. Although that was a 35-second stop for them, so that's not going to help. But they are doing very well. Ooh. That is a helpful piece of information. I did not realise I could do this. Alex Norris is a solo. We know that. And Van Niemann is a solo. Okay, that is the 2 cars that are left in the race that are soloing it. So, sorry, I just realised I could do something on the timer screen that I didn't realise I could actually do, which was to look up how many drivers were with each car, and who was in the car relative to their order. Pateron now in the pits. I'm assuming that is for wet. The 300 opting to currently be out on track, but that car is wiggling around all over the place. That looks like they are diving for the pits. Yeah, this... So, Pateron is the car now... Will they jump? No, they don't jump bite. Because they were about to go a lap down on bite. Okay, so Van Niemann is still out on, I'm assuming, slicks. And trying, yeah, you can see the wipers going. Bison Master is got a drive through for whatever reason there. Yeah, that car's being driven very carefully through that one. So they are trying to cut down at the time as much as they can, although that 19 seconds, 20 seconds stopped. That gap is going to be coming down, but I feel they are going to be in the pits as well. I guess we'll see how this pans out. This is going to throw in a lot of team strategies up in the air. Track is now marked as damp. That's very much conditions which you are going to be wanting wet tyres from. Now, there's no intermediates on these cars, and sure enough, yeah, that is Van Niemann into the pit from third. The question is, can Probinski jump Van Niemann? What is the gap? 20 seconds and falling. Okay. First is safe for now. Second, not so much. The 88 could still leapfrog the 80 in this pit stop. In fact, how is that on 34 seconds? They're down and away. This is going to be tight coming out of the pits. Indeed, Probinski does go past. Now, gap to 6, 7, 8. That car still, number 80, still not left the pit lane. 34 seconds, 37 seconds, 1:09 on pit road, line to line. As you can now very much see the wet sections of track being lit up by the car's headlights as we roll through the top section of the circuit now with the 88. So, 56 seconds is the gap to the 300. The top three are now on all on wet tyres. Van Niemann has slipped to third. Probinski is now up into second. So it is really this top three. Any issues with the 300 getting caught out by slower cars that may not necessarily have stopped yet. I think everybody looking at the time screen, everybody has pitted or is pitting at this moment in time for slicks, for wets, sorry. So that may be a moot point of anybody being out on slick still. Drive through for 912. Harper Schmidt, stop go 30s for Talexera and Von Pickarts. Those two cars both can stop the 30s. Prizza is in the pits, I'm assuming, for nice, shiny, wet tyres. That will be a lot happier in these conditions. Track and air temperature are now down to 17 degrees. So they've dropped another degree on top of what it had already. So that is now 3 degrees and a wet track since we came back on air. 420 is on pit road. Talexera is out on track still. I believe that car made it stop a little earlier on. Yeah, that made it about a lap earlier than the 420 has. So, the 300 needs to get collected in something relatively unpleasant, really, for the 88 to have a chance. The 80 does have a chance on second, but it's an outside chance. And needs to try and stay on the lead lap if possible. Where possible. Stelexera gets a stop-go 30 as well. Harper-Schmidt is commencing their drive-through. 250 was showing as yellow flagged. Why was that? There's going to be a bus stop related incident. That's a lot of curb in this weather. And makes it through there. Comes down through out towards the boot. And eats curb on the way down into the boot, into the ankle. Keeps it on track quite nicely, keeps it recovered. That could have quite easily been a much bigger moment than it was. .110 showing as yellow flags. I'm assuming that was a similar, had a bit of a wiggle on off-track moment. Yeah, I don't really know what to comment on now, apart from the occasional yellow flag that is befalling one or two drivers because of the conditions. We'll see how this goes. Rain plus in 10 minutes doesn't get any worse in 30 after that. So this, I'm going to commentate with Corsa. It's probably going to be wet to the end of the race. As the 69 of all cars has an issue out there on track. And so does the number 6. Oh no, they're coming into the pits. The 69 Bjorkman in that car had a bit of a moment at turn 1. Can I see what happened? Did they jump or were they pushed? They had another car. Ooh! That was a bit mean. There was a bit of a tag there from the Ferrari behind. I'm sure that will be a report to the stewards as the 69 gets back underway and recovers. Still in position, still in 6th, doesn't lose any positions by the looks of things, but does take a bit of a whack from behind for Robert Bjorkman. Lap times are very much stretching out now. We're down to 27 cars, so there is another couple of cars have unfortunately dropped out. 967 still plugging away. Up 13 places from where they started. Beisenmeister in the 22 Ferrari is looking strong. Is trying to close the gap to Alkinson in the 95 Mustang in front. That looks like that is going to be an attempt to unlap them. So Alkinson there taking to the wet line to try and cool those tyres down across the back stretch, going up towards the bus stop. So I wonder if one or two of these cars... The track is still marked as damp. It's not actually marked as wet at this moment in time. It's still saying rain plus in 10 minutes. That's going to be getting closer and closer by the second. for that to change over and for things to get a little bit more moist. Although that gap now opened back out to the 22. 18 seconds is still the gap from second to third. 1 minute 13 is the gap from third to the leader. It does look like fourth. Yeah, we know fourth has dropped a lap on the leader, so it is the top three that are still in this one, just about. The question is, with an hour and 40 left on the clock, changeable wet conditions, does the 300 car manage to put a lap on the 88? Now, they've got about a minute is the time difference that they need to clear. They are significantly a decent chunk quicker on that lap, but still not as fast as the 88 on the last time by, although waiting for them to clear the stripe, which will be a hot moment or so, as they are only on a 118, 190, 120 of a 150 or so second lap. The rain turning up now, I don't know how much it's going to have of a play on things, because it started reasonably steadily. Track is still marked as damp, rain not getting worse now at all. So it possibly means that it has now got a little bit worse, and we'll see it move from damp to wet soon. There's, yeah, like I say, I'm going to curse the commentator. It's going to be, there's going to be water on the track to the end of the race. It may well still be raining at the end. We shall see how that goes. I'm not sure it's really all that wet, but I think you may have to manage wet tyres, but slicks are a bad plan. I think maybe the conditions I would say that we have out there at the moment is slicks are a bad plan, but it's possibly a little too hot and a little too dry for wets to be fully... Ooh, as that is the 22 going round into the ankle of the boot. Didn't entirely see what that was, and they have been into the barrier, but they are in a slightly awkward position to get that car out of there. But it looks like they're going to manage to get it out and sorted without any further impedance to any other cars. Bourges in the 13th in the 10 Ferrari is on the tail of Armando Di Trapani. So Trapani under fire now from the number 10, very much on fire. Under fire, not on fire, under fire from the number 10. Who's got what on the brakes? The number 9 is running wide. Number 10 tight on the inside, but gets the drive as the 9 goes up over the curb, and that is through and done for the 9. That was 4th position. Bourges now up into 12th position. That Ferrari looking mighty good in the wet. hour and 36 minutes left on the clock. Van Niemann, I think the fatigue might be starting to show, especially in these less ideal conditions. Gap now almost 19 seconds, so I think that may be a bit of borderline inevitability that car may go a lap down. It's 1:12 now behind the leader. Abgonal, that's not a name I've seen before. Another one for 967 for driver / car of the day. 349 laps completed. The top three all trading lap times well and truly. As that is the 214 on the 445 goes through on turn 1 on the brakes. That's a little bit of an awkward ping there, I do apologise. As they go side by side going up through the S's. Who's got what? The Mustang out on the wet bit of track, but the Ferrari gets a wiggle. That's lost it for the Mustang. Couldn't get the car turned back across. I think I have to have a bit of a lift. And that has let Kaitev through and away nicely. The Ferraris are looking stronger than they have done all race in the wet conditions. Beisenmeister for the 22 is in. How long have they been stopped for? They have literally just got in. They were 20 minutes. I can only assume that was for the damage they sustained earlier on and not really being overly drivable. So that car is in and will be taking service. That'll be a bit of a longer stop for that car. Ooh, the number 1 having issues on track. Didn't quite see all of what happened there. Let's see if we can go back and have a look. Through the penultimate corner. Ooh, gets a bit of a wiggle on over the curb, and ooh, touches a rear tyre on the grass, and managed to just about keep it out of the wall. So very nicely done. Big wiggle from that car, but nicely done. Kept it out of the wall. Not a whole lot to report. The track's got worse. Weather is easing in 30 minutes. We might. It's dark. It's warmish. I doubt it, but we might see the track dry up enough for dry tyres. It's going to be tight if it does. We're an hour and a half to the end. Weather gets better in 30 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tight. Um, if you'd excuse me for a couple of moments, I just need to go find some more liquid. Right, caffeine has been acquired. How are we looking? Pretty steady. 49 seconds is the gap to the lead. It looks like Probinski's had a good couple of laps there. Just to close that gap down a little bit. Just reduces the risk of that car going a lap down a little bit more. Honestly, I would say it's probably reasonably set. I'm probably going to eat my words at some point with all of this. Something can and usually does always happen towards the end of one of these events. Whether it's backmarker induced or just weather induced or just fatigue, things can always go awry when you least expect or hope it to. What else? 748 is just over a second back from the 23 of Landry. That is on track position. For on track position if they can close that gap. That is about the closest gap we have on track at this moment in time. Can definitely, obviously, see the car in front. That will be helping to spur on that 748 Mustang of Callum Jones. Just having a quick flick through the chat there. Not raining enough from Bravinskis. Saying not raining enough, cooking on wet. So that is... which car is that? Bravinskis? I will be able to find out. I now know how to. That is the number 300 Mustang that is currently leading. My suggestion to that is find all of the dry track you can. Find all of the wet track you can where you can. So, how are we looking out there at the moment? Damp. Okay, so we have rain stopping in 30 minutes. Still raining in 10 is the current predictions for weather. We might, I doubt it, but we might get no rain for the last hour. How much the track dries out in that time is anybody's guess. For that one, battle for 22. Is that car 22 or number 22? Because there's some big gaps around the number 22. And 22nd itself also has some fairly sizable gaps. Hatsune Miku is 445, 3.3 back from the 95 Mustang of Ackelson. The 748 Landry, 748 23 battle, 2 Mustangs there. That is starting to get a bit spicy. Jones has got up to the back of that car. Now, the weather conditions as it is going to make trying to pass a little bit trickier than it otherwise was. All the marbles and everything on track as well, not going to be helping, although with Landry just going straight on through there, that is very much going to help. And that is Jones through. That one kind of made itself happen. Landry outbrake themselves in the wet, that was it really. Fortunately, there was plenty of runoff area at that track, so that corner, so it wasn't the end of the world. No harm, no foul. Ooh, as that Mustang is looking very happy in the wet at 748. Trying to see what number they are catching up to is a Ferrari. It's not the 10 of Bourges. Nor the 6, the 420, not the 55. Not the 241. It looks like the 9, the BMW that was chasing down the tail of the pack has opted to back out of this one, unfortunately. 27 drivers is the 27 cars on track is the current total. 45, 274. Aston Martin. Uh, 748 on 7. Not sure. Yeah, 274. Ooh, 88. What happened there? Was that just a running wide moment, or was that more serious? Let's have a watch of this. Clean through the first half of the bus stop, clean through the second. Ooh, gets a bit of a wiggle on coming through the, coming down to the boot. Nothing too exciting, just gets a bit of a wiggle on. brings out the yellow flags, but managed to hang on to it. The gap now 47 seconds. That car consistently being a little bit quicker every lap than the 300. It's still saying dry in 30 minutes, more rain, currently continuing to rain in 10. Rain getting less now in 10 minutes. I've literally just watched that pick up. So what are we, 14, 20 seconds. So with about 1 hour 4 left, we should see the rain get lighter, which will be preparing to dry out. It's still saying dry in 30 minutes. Yeah, that is to unlap themselves. Garrick Levoyan is attempting to catch up to the tail of Router Harvey. In the 22 to go to unlap themselves on that car. Just tickling under a second now, sort of regularly. There's really not a whole lot to report. This battle might get spicy, but that is to unlap themselves by 1 lap to get them onto the same lap. So we'll still have to catch and then pass again before the end of the race. No, this is about the most exciting thing on track. 445 going for a wander. Oh, how on earth did you end up there? Ooh, gets nudged by the... I'm not sure which car that was. Gets nudged in the dark, and things go bump in the night. Well and truly, the 445 is... Yeah, that's lights out on the front of that car. That's a lot of damage. For the 445 there. Does manage to get it up and rolling, but has further issues later on in the lap, trying to get it going again. I would probably just try and RTG that car, because that is so much damage. And... yeah, you're just going to be a rolling roadblock well and truly for quite some time, trying to get that car back to the pits. I think that car is struggling to turn. Have they managed to work? No. Yeah, I would just RCG that car back to the pits, because it's going to be quicker than trying to rejoin and currently have the issues you're currently having of just driving into a barrier. No, don't reverse back onto track. Oh dear. There we go. Not quite, but yeah, I just... oof. I don't know why you're trying to get back onto the racing line unless your steering is that damaged that you cannot get... This car is absolutely trashed. I think they are running the wall to try and get the car back to the pits. Just RTG, you're going to lose less time at this point just returning to garage than you are... if there's any of the stewards who are keeping an eye on this, it might be worth kind of possibly disqualifying them and then undisqualifying them to get them back to the pits, because this is a car that's being... yeah, potentially quite a big hazard on track. I'm just gonna do the thing of... there we go. I have just pinged one of the stewards a quick message just to let them know there is a car somewhat stranded on track. There we go. They have now RTG'd and are to the pits as it has just reached 2 AM in game time. Here in the UK, it is 22:36 in the evening, which is 24 minutes to 11. My brain has somewhat given up there, with an hour and 4 minutes to go, we should be seeing the weather marking to lighter rain than we currently are. So, we have some cars getting a bit close to each other. 748 is on the tail of Bjorkman, which is for on-track position. We have B and Landry for track position as well, and Morev, who is trying to unlap themselves on both these cars, is currently the battles on track. So we'll jump on board watching with the 151, goes deep on the brakes up into the heel of the boot, can hang that one on and does get it done. The 23 is holding off the Lexus for the time being, for that car trying to go a lap down. 748 and Bjorkman have swapped places. That is the 748 ahead of the 69. I'm sure there will be some comments made to each other in the in chat between those two getting past each other. The 250 is side by side with the 23 to unlap themselves off of that one. That now puts them effectively onto the same lap and will be hunting down, trying to get past though, to get back round to get past that car again. We are 1 hour, 1 minute and 50 seconds now. There was a brief bit of excitement, wasn't it? Landry is... I think Landry is cooked on that one. They are dropping back from B in the 151. 151 has the Lexus. Is that the Lexus for... Yeah, looks like it's got the Lexus for company. That car evidently looking very, very fast at this point in the race. Evidently managing to keep its tyres alive a little bit better than the Mustangs. How are we doing? We've got to be heading towards... Yeah, we are heading towards a pit stop cycle. What that has done has basically shoved everybody pretty much back on to the same pit stop strategy in terms of time, barring plus or minus about 5 minutes. So that is the Lexus of the 250 ahead of both of those cars, and is unlapping themselves. Bjorkman is into the pits. 47 minutes. Yeah, that would give you... This is... Oof. If you were running out of fuel, I can see why you would, but I'm not sure I would have stopped just now because the rain is due to stop in 10 minutes. Unless you're going to go onto slicks and brave it, you are going to struggle. You're going to have to make an out-of-sync pit stop with that car for wet to swap off of the dries onto off the slicks onto the dries, which may well drop you further down the order than you would like with that car. That puts Jones up into 6th at this point in time. Looks like they are a lap, most of a lap down on the next car, which is McKay. Yeah, so they need to get a bit of a wriggle on, because McVeigh is in the 274 is going to be on the tail of them fairly soon, as they are about half the length of the pit straight between them in terms of distance. So yeah, Jones is going to have to get a bit of a wiggle on over the next hour to make that one happen, to make it up into 5th. We have Backer on Von Pickart. .55 versus 420. 420 is... this will be to unlap themselves between these two cars, and to improve their chances. There is a lap between these two cars, so 420 doesn't really need to battle too hard against them, but will... when was the 912's last pit stop? 912... That is the 912, 51 minutes and 5 seconds ago. Obviously, minus stream delay, or add stream delay onto that time. Ooh, number 10 is that is Florian Bourges having an issue there. Not sure what happened. Get an untree-filled view. Clean out through the bus stop. Ooh, just loses it on their own through the ankle there. As Bracker is, I think, possibly being let past, possibly just having the 420 go and try and cool its tyres down, which is very much what that looks like. They have got the 300 for company. Now, if I was the 20... if I was the 55, I might be looking to let the 300 through. Ooh, 300 has a huge twitch through the S's. That is not somewhere you want the car to get loose. Yeah, would possibly be to let the 300 through, stick on its tail, and use that as a wedge against the 420 to open the door when they have to let them through, and then try and sneak through in turn. That's an interesting screen. Yeah, 420 doesn't entirely need to doesn't entirely need to fight the 55 too hard, but definitely needs to let the Mustang through, as they've definitely been being chased down by that car for a lap now. The 55 is now going to try and get away from the 420. The question is, can the 420 be a pain in the arse and get back past when the 300 has to lap the 55? The 300 very much taking no prisoners, lots of light flashing, but makes that one very clear that they are going through. And that is all sorted so far. Is the 55 gonna... No, it's not gonna go for it. I was just looking at that going, are they gonna try and go for a move? No, not quite. 420, it's not full position, but pride and all that. Or is it? Hang on. No, that is for track position. I apologise. I genuinely didn't realise that the two of them... this is for track position then. I do wholly apologise. I thought the 55 was a lap down on those two on that on the 420. No, this is for track position for that car. So they do need to actually give this a bit of a stab. Apologies, I read the timer screen a little bit wrong there. 757 into the pits. Still raining. It's dry in 10 minutes. It's going to be tight. It might dry out reasonably quickly because there is no... the track is currently damp, and clearly the wet tyres are overheating. Right. How are we doing? 51.25 to go. 757 is in the pits. Are they going to chance slicks? They might well do. If they've put wets on, that's going to suck. I might have been inclined to try slicks and just try and hang on to the car, because the rain has now just marked as stopped on the server. Driver of the day, Ron Racing. That looks like a new bean for another one for 420. That car getting lots of love today from fans out on the YouTube. It is currently for second for this second stream, but joint first overall with the 967. Both of which have 6 votes each. Uh, 95 of Ackelson in the pits. 110 having a bit of a moment. Didn't entirely see what that was, but they seem to have recovered and not eaten Barry R. 117 is into the pits Ooh. That's saying wet. Now, I know this isn't 100% accurate, but I'm going to stick with this car and see what they opt to put on. There are a few cars in the pit now. I'm assuming that is cars swapping for slicks. The 95 Ackelson is in, as is the 274. There's the 95 Mustang going out of the pits on apparently dry tyres. Like I say, that's not 100% accurate. However, it's a reasonable I've not dropped in and out, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. Ooh, 45 second stop for the 117. 49, 50. Ooh, 53 second stop for that car. Looks like they've gone on to dries as well. 241,912. Number 9 is in. This looks like this is going to be wholesale pit stops for everybody on track now to make their stop to switch to slicks, which is hardly surprising. 748 is in, 88 is in. Ooh, this is either a master stroke from the 88 and they're going to make a monster amount of time up, as other people have issues with wet tyres on a drying track, or that is going to be a death nail and they're not going to be able to hold on to the car for until the track dries out. Now, there's no actual sun on the track, so it's going to dry out a little bit slower than it would do with full sun on it in the middle of the day. Bourget's having some issues there. The car looks to be reasonably clean. The 300 is in. That is covering off the 88 that has just pitted. With Pateron at the wheel. Number 80 is diving for the pit as well as the 300 goes out. Now the question is, everybody pitting now will be pit and good for the end. And the 88 has managed to jump the 80 through the pit stop cycle. Very nicely done. .300 has pitted. 37 seconds. Basically is the gap now from second to first, with 44 minutes to go. This is Stradowitz for the 69 car is chasing down for track position. The 151 69 is going past the 151. Ooh, big wiggle over the curb. Who can hang on to that? Can they hang on to this going into the boot? Yes, they can. They are through. Can the 151 get ahead? No, it cannot. Try and get a cutback on the exit of that one, and that is the 69 through on the 151. So as it sits, we have 300 from 88, from 80, from 1, from 274, from 748, from 69, from 151, from 23, from 250, from 757, from 10, from 9, from 110, from 37, from 6, from 555, from 420, from 912, from 117, from 214, from 95, from 445, from 22, from 45, from 52, from 967. That is your last 27 cars still running. The question is, Byte is 1 minute 20 ahead of Pateron. The question is, can that car go a lap ahead of everybody bar second? Theoretically, it's possible. In practice, these top three are so well matched between each other, there is no guarantee that that will be the case. "40 minutes to go." Track is now marked as greasy. That very much means these cars are going to be getting quicker by the lap with these cars. I apologise for being a little bit quiet. I'm not 100% sure what to chat about at this point in time. And I've also somewhat knackered. I'm just about staying awake. Your game sound is not on. Ugh, awesome. No, I was not aware of that. I mean, I do run it quite low. I hope that's helping. Do let us know if that has improved the situation. If not, do say and I will fix it somewhere else. Yes, awesome. Right. "37 minutes to go. Lee Yun in the Mustang. 445 is in the pits. Uh, 41 seconds for that car. That was quite a long delay before being down and away as well. It was about 37 seconds, and they lost about another 4 seconds being stationary after they dropped off the jacks there. Ooh, 4-4. Oh, that car's had a big hit on the brakes into the bus stop. Let's have a look and see what happened. I'm going to say they outbraked themselves and ate the wall, the barrier in the middle of the bus stop. Yup, and doesn't get it stopped, and that is big damage to the front of that car. That may be an easier 2 RTG situation with that car. There isn't really a whole lot of battles going on, as the 445 has made it back to the pits. 32, 33 left to go. Elshin in the 241 has a drive-through. Down in 22nd. That might be track limits, actually. Thank you very much, Vanco Racing, for following us over on Twitch. Ooh, 420 going for an issue. Oof, that was a big hit. That rear wing is no longer straight. What happened to you? Oh, that was a big hit. Just loses the back end on the grass on the way into the final corner. I fear that may be a car, yeah, just desperately trying to get to the pit lane where possible. Hang on. I don't think they had a drive-through. And yet they have just opted to drive through. That damage will be hurting and making that car a complete handful and a nightmare to drive. 55 warning causing collision with faster car. 241 5 seconds causing crossing pit line. Car 80 10 seconds causing a collision with a slower car. That is your pit stop issues. The number 80 with 10 seconds shouldn't change the order as it sits at the moment, because none of these cars are likely to make another pit stop. Hello, David from Valkyra Performance. Hope you lot have been enjoying your time out there on track for this one. 28 and a bit to go. That is yellow flagged for 20. I am not sure that car should have kept going. That rear wing is shredded, which means the entire back end of the car is absolutely knackered. Ron Racing, thank you very much for following us over on Twitch. That car desperately trying to keep out of the way of everybody with all that damage and trying to get back to the pits. Jasper, vote 420. That is another vote for that car. I've just dropped a bit of paper that I was writing all this on. That has been noted. Apologies, just knocked my microphone with my headphones. That's going to be a long stop for the 420 with the amount of damage that car's picked up. Oof, yeah, 1 minute 6 for that car in pit lane. Stopped on pit lane, so that is going to be a rough one there. If they opt to go back out with 25.46. Yellow flags on track. 241 goes up a place from 420. I think that was 967 was marked as being the yellow flags. Thank you very much for all the likes over on YouTube. Again, please like, subscribe, etc. everywhere as necessary. There's the 967 WRT car, currently down in 27th place. Looks like they are on the same lap as the car in front, but not really anywhere near it. Got 40 odd seconds to go. Quite a bit of damage on the back of that car. That's going to take some doing to catch up. I really don't know what to report on this. It's just a bunch of cars running around. yeah, I apologise for this very much so. I hope everybody is enjoying at least the stream to some degree, with everybody just running around. Yeah, there's really not a lot to report on. There's no real close battles going on anywhere. I say that actually. There is a couple. Are they for track position? 117, yes, that's for track position. And this is to unlap themselves. So let's jump to the one which is for track position. As the 52 goes yellow flag. What happened there? So 17:35 left to run. 300 is currently leading from 88, from 80, from 1, from 274, from 748, from 69, from 151, from 23, from 250. That is your current top 10. 241 picks up another 15 seconds for causing collision with a faster car. This is looking reasonably set as the order for the finish of the race. I will hang on. There's still some time left. Who knows what will befall some of the drivers. Norris has caught right up to the back of Carson. That is to try and unlap themselves, but does have the 88 having to go past as a lapped car, so it does open that gap back up. Oh! Ooh, that looked big. What was that in the dark? Things go bump in the night, very much so. This is the 9 on the 52, I want to say. Yeah, number 52. Oh, 52 could have possibly got out of that a little bit more and not covered the inside quite so much. And that would have saved a lot of hassle and damage for the 9 there. Number 9 possibly could have turned in a bit later, a touch later to stop and taken it a little easier into that corner just to minimise risk of that happening in the first place. 6 of one, half dozen of the other there, I think. I'm sure if there is anything, the stewards will find more angles to look at that. I guess the question is, Van Niemann, after, what are we, 11 hours 46 minutes, are they going to stay on the lead lap? And with 13 minutes 45 to go now, the leader is 127, the gap, and it is about 150, so they've got about 23 seconds between those two cars on track before they are a lap down. Lap time wise, maybe half a second the last couple of times by. So nothing too exciting. Pateron was about a second back from slower than anybody else in the top 3. We are now back to an optimum track condition. Air and track temperature still at 17 degrees across the board. With 12 minutes 47 seconds to go. Whew. Coming down into the last 10 minutes of the race. Where is the leader on track? Okay, so we've got about, I think about 8 laps or so to go of this one. So they are going to be on almost 400 laps. Well, they're going to be just over the 400 lap mark by the end of this one. They've just completed 395 laps. 69 Cairo Samuel for driver of the day. Where did I put that piece of paper? There it is. There's another one for 69. How are things looking on that front? So this second stream, we have 6 for 420, 2 for 37, 6 for 967, 2 for 69, and 1 for number 3. Overall, that puts the 420 with a total of 7 votes in the lead for car/driver of the day. How am I holding up? Honestly, I am exhausted. Pretty knackered, but having enjoyed quite a lot of the racing. There's been good on-track action. The endurance races are always a giggle. And always good fun, as that is Formato putting, going up a position against Saliv. Saliv goes down to 10th, Formato goes up to 9th. Very nicely done to round that one out. Yeah, eyelids are very heavy at this point in time. Let's put it that way. 37 yellow flags out for that car. That is Norris. That's one of the other cars for who is soloing this one. Let's have a look and see what happened. That was through the heel of the boot. Highlights. Oh, crikey. I mean, the first couple of hours was good. Ooh, gets a tag from the number 6? Number 3? I'm not sure that was the Ferrari. Yeah, I think that was the number... Yeah, the number 6 there gets a tags the back of the 37. That is trying to unlap themselves on that car. Yeah, the first couple of hours were pretty good. Certainly the first hour was very, very good. Lots of action through the first pit stop cycles, as is always the case. Plenty of good overtakes. Yeah, I mean, it's not been too bad. This second half has been interesting from a tactical point of view. I think the 88 has played a bit of a blinder with a couple of pit stops that put them on and off kilter schedule with others, so that was quite impressive. That's put them up into second place, which I believe means they have not lost any positions over the course of this race, which quite frankly is downright impressive. The number 1 McLaren-driven Ferrari has gained 33 places over the course of this race. They are by far and away the biggest gain. Sawalski in the 69, that car's gained 27 places, as has Strucketh in the 757 car. 21 places gained for Saliv in the 250 Lexus. And then it is a smattering of teams for a number of other cars as well. So yeah, a number of drivers who started way down the grid have had big gains for staying out of trouble. So that's quite impressive. To have not lost any positions over the course of this race is quite impressive, especially given the pace of the field that we have. Speaking of which, Lavoyan in the 52 Mustang has managed so far to do the same thing. Doesn't have any penalties currently, and is a lap ahead of the car behind. So looking pretty solid to finish where they are. Yeah, generally it's not been too bad. Little bit of attrition, considering we started 40 cars and we're now down to 27. So losing 13 cars over the course of this one, over the course of 12 hours, that's not too bad at all for what's been going on here. As we are 4.5 minutes to go. The leader is on to lap 399. They've completed 398. Formato and B now are... Ooh, that looks like a potential track position with 4 minutes to go. It's going to be 2, possibly 3 laps, including the one they're on, for these cars to finish off. I mean, honestly, that has kept us awake to some degree, keeping an eye on all of that. The driver of the day has been working sometimes on Twitch, but not at all on YouTube. So, yeah, not quite sure what's going on with that. So, yeah, I've just been manually tallying it up. .2 minutes, so this will be the penultimate lap now for these cars. We'll just flick back to the leader. I don't really want to flick away from this because something might actually happen. Leader is just ahead of these 2 cars, so they will start their final lap just after the leader does.
Right, man, leader is on the final lap. Give it all you can.
There we go. Leader has just started their final lap with 1 minute and 6 to go on the clock for that one. Just to anybody with any last comments, what I will say, because I'm going to be off pretty quickly once everybody has crossed the line, I just want to say a massive thank you to the stewards team for being around and keeping an eye on all of those tickets as well. Massive thank you to all the drivers for turning up and giving us something to watch for the last, 8 hours total of stream that we've had, and has made for a rather good 12-hour race. Like I say, I'm pretty sure I've seen more penalties handed out in a sprint race than I have in the last 12 hours. So, very well done to all of you there. Last few seconds to get your driver of the day votes in, as I'm just doing the totals now for the top 3.
The leader has finished the race.
And that is the leader across the line. That was not a place for change for position, unfortunately, at the end of that one. And right, so your top 3 cars of the day then, whilst the last few drivers are just coming across the line. Let's see how we are doing out there. The 80 RVR. I am just going to say a massive well done to the 2 solo drivers of the 80 of Van Niemen for the in the RVR car, who is just about to come across the line now and complete this event. And also the 37, wherever the 37 has gone, who has now finished, as the fireworks are going off there in front of the camera as well, for both doing this solo. That is everybody across the line, so well done indeed. And not just Van Niemen, well, Van Niemen in particular, for managing to solo this for 12 hours and get 3rd overall. So very well done there to everybody. That makes it to the end of the race. So your top 3 drivers of the day overall are 420 with 7 votes, 967 with 6 votes, and joint third is the 37 and the 69 with 3 votes apiece. So very well done for catching the hearts and minds of the viewing public there. So yeah, very much thank you to everybody that made this possible, and I'm gonna probably go to bed. So thank you very much, a massive well done to all who took part, especially well done to everybody who finished. We had 43 cars started the race, and we had a total of 27 finish. So a little bit of attrition there, but not too bad indeed. And I will catch you all very soon at some point for the next event. So thank you very much all for watching, and it is a good night from myself.